Hey y'all, I am back! Acting Guildmaster that wants us to assess your improvements of your EMM skills. Yes, Ishnai, it's time for the next lesson is upon us. You're keeping well, I trust? Taking the occasional brisk walk? I mean, I've been murdering creatures out and about at Fates, yes. One cannot form sound thought if one fails to maintain sound body. Now, assuming you've been following his instructions, you should be ready to face more dangers that's found in West La Nocia. I speak of roselings and wild jackals, and yes, I would have you vanquish 3 of each. 'Tis a perfect sample size. First, acts of the preliminary test case. A second, to test your hypothesis, and third, to perfect your tactic you've devised. Speaking of, I trust all your strategy will consist of more than simply flinging ruin and ruin over again. I mean, you're not the novice you once were, and your skills in the field ought to reflect that. If you find yourself wanting for another approaches, considering assault with ruin in tandem with attacks with your carbuncle. Welcome back, Haru. I just got back too. When timed appropriately, crippling. Really? I had not grabbed that one? The fuck is wrong with me? Can't believe I haven't gotten this aetheryte. Stupid. How many times I've run past this place? Not realize I hadn't attuned to this one? Alright, Carbuncle, let's go. Now, jackals. Are you getting pizza? Or are you just hungry? Yeah, because I want pizza now. Don't know why. No, I'm gonna kill you just because I have a ruby ruin that needs to be put to use. okay. I have to do more than what I just did. You know what I like better? Bacon and eggs. Cat, cat, cat. Look, I take bacon with everything almost, so I mean... Welcome back, Ishnai. How does it feel to conquer such ferocious foes? I've gone against worse. Let us ride that wave of triumph into a more demanding and dangerous challenge. Your next exercise is to have you accompany Ciarfox on whatever inspections. This experience will afford you the opportunity to witness firsthand the practical application of arc anima. Pray not tarry, Ishnai. Wait, see on the floor below for further details. I think I might have. Are they having a pokey battle? I mean a carbuncle battle? Let's see what's... Ishnai, what are you doing here? Learning how to become an arcanist? Her outfit's adorable. I didn't mean to worry her. It's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason why I'm here, don't you see? I am Taru shall become the great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thumb, I called her Thumb. Behest, I must go and complete special training exercise until we meet again. Timely appearance as I expected. Shall we proceed directly to the job at hand? I've been tasked with examining the wares of a goblin peddler caravan by the Boylestock family. Our agents suspected this beastman merchant of dealing with forbidden goods. As such, I have calculated that announcing an inspection has a 60% chance of inviting physical violence. I mean the best kind of violence, unless we're talking about what other kind of violence? No, that's the best kind of violence. I have prepared a strategy to respond to this possible shift in hostilities, but there is an important precondition that you must be aware of before we discuss the finer points of my plan. And though I'm considered gifted in the form of tactics, I lack the reflexes and coordination necessary to employ many of these See, psychological violence is horrifying and bad and is not the best kind. Pray keep this in mind and adjust your perceptions accordingly. Now that the goblin's off of battle, you execute combat pattern 1345, otherwise known as stratagem focus fire. How about I just do what I want? You and your carbuncle will concentrate your attacks on a single foe, and one by one the enemies will wither under the combined onslaught. Probability of victory, 95%. Now that you've told me what to do, I'm not gonna do that. Reports place the peddlers in the vicinity of Cookpot in the middle of La Costa. I will depart immediately to assess the situation. Seek me out once you've arrived. Since you've told me about that strategy, that's not the fuck what I'm gonna do. I am nothing if not obstinate sometimes. Except when I'm not. I'm good at being flexible. Except in body, because I am absolutely not flexible in body. Yes, how may I assist you? About as obstinate as I am flexible. Yes, how may I assist you, Ishnai? So you've are acquainted with our newest member, Sai. Mayhap you've already noticed, but I fear young Tataru's potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial. A simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some may say, but all arcanists are expected to complete. I did that too. A thought occurs to me. Why not assist Tartaru with her training? Given your relationship with the girl and your growing understanding of Arcadium, might prove great help to her. I mean, I hope it's not treated like a level 90 quest, because I am just level 18. I'm not 90, 50. Great help to her. Trial conducted south of the Zephyr Gate. You only observe at a distance. Actually, I don't want to. Hey, you take requests. I just noticed in the chat. Yell. So I don't know if it's one thing or another thing, so I'm just gonna ignore it. I mean, in the game, not this. Play Raining Tacos. Oh, okay. That kind of music. Cool. Fluff, 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 fluff. I guess this is the level 10 one. I'll probably just do the level 10 one. Maybe, I don't know. I am for Seer Leah of Milvan's Gate. You are to cease all transactions and surrender your goods for inspection. Nasty sneaky peekers. Gobby spit up later nosy eyes on stabby iron. A predictably aggressive response. Very well, Ishnai. Remember what we discussed. Absolutely. As you notice, I'm not doing the same she told me to, because I am a bitch. Why did I put it that way? Evasive maneuvers. Oh, look! Concentrating on multiple different ones. Like I said, I am a fucking bitch. Also, I do what I want, battle. Except when I don't have to, I mean, except when I need to in a raid or something, or like a party. We have Ruby. Good. And good that I didn't kill them. Nicely done. Adaptation and improvisation. I might have been observing our beloved guildmaster himself in action. I mean, don't expect me to do very good improv in other ways, though. This is the perfect example of how strategy for a given task should be tailored to the abilities of the assessor. In other words, before you begin formulating your tactics, it is necessary to fully understand your own strengths and weaknesses. On that note, there's another question I would ask you. When it comes to improving the probable success of a strategy, do you consider it more effective to concentrate on playing to your strengths or shoring up your weaknesses? I tend to be more defensive when it comes down to things. Oh, again you respond as the guildmaster once did. I must revise the probability of your potential in attaining greatness to 97%. You're one to keep an eye on, that much is certain. You have a weakness, Sabby. You are a servant of a cat. But return to the subject of battle plans. Your calculation must include an accurate assessment of your available techniques and their relative effectiveness. This requires you to be critically aware of your own limitations, the limits of your allies, and the characteristics of your enemies. I believe that covers everything for today. Please return to the guild and make your report to Mistress Thumb until we reach next time. I shall abide here until the Yellow Jackets arrive to take peddlers into my custody. My strategies will continue to keep me company. Nah, it's south of here. I don't know. Isometric has a problem with perspective. And that you can't turn the picture and see all, you know, sides. Probably gonna actually need to switch over. I hate this outfit. I'm gonna make a different outfit, but I think I made one. I just forgot to turn everything into it. Izzer sees to pirate ports where she meets her shining jewel. I hate it. For the bringing smugglers' plan did not come last, whom none could fool. Beat them with a black draft. Gut them with a gust. Deck them with a downburst. Go, Carbuncle, go. Oh, are these crates I spy? They're bigger than you are. I think your Carbuncle is bigger than you are. Ah, this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? These you're able to summon. Come on. Oh no! Carbuncle gave up on you! Carbuncle, come back here, you traitor! Don't leave the poor girl alone! Oh. Come back, Carbuncle, come back! Hey, I'll say, she hasn't earned enough gym badges for the Carbuncle to respect her. Hasn't gained enough badges. I should have known you'd come, Ishnai. You needn't say a word, your face says it all. I know you were witness to my shame. I mean, there's 1,000 failures in a win. I betrayed by my own Carbuncle, left at the mercy of the wild beasts. I mean, they didn't really attack you, they let you go. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. Everyone has their own strengths, sweetie. Can't compare yourself to other people because you aren't other people. I will inform Mistress Thumb that of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arc Anima, like so much else, is beyond me. Sweetie! Give her a hug, please! To be no better or... Okay. Best you can ever be is yourself, and there's only one of you. It takes all kinds to make up a world. That means he wins? The best loser that's ever existed? Oh, back so soon? How's our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, Mistress Thumb. Abysmally, as Ishnai will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I am completely, utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Taru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skills with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of our anima. Were it not so, you would have struggled to even summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mistress Thumb. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. He's so adorable! Yeah, I do have a glamour for him. Except without the hat. Let me real quickly though. Back to my... Back from the field, Ishnai? Kalia contacted me with a summary of events. It seems you were treated to the lecture of knowing thyself. That particular lesson is ordinarily taught to only intermediate practitioners. Without a sufficient store of combat experience from which to draw, it is difficult to fully appreciate the profundity of such a seemingly simple truth. Failed in the loser. Loser. I don't know. I'm the best loser that ever existed. I think. Maybe. Or maybe I'm an average loser that ever existed. Whatever it is, I accept my fate. Nevertheless, I feel confident you will soon be ready for more ambitious assignments. Keep to your studies and maintain the razor edge of your mind. We're gonna ignore the next one on this so that we can... Alright, sweetie. Taru is considered her next more course of action. How you might aid her to it. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. I mean, why shouldn't you? I mean, you don't have to just use it since you didn't... But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little while longer. It's fine, sweetie. Whatever helps you. Wonderful, then Costa del Sol will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. I'm not putting on my bathing suit. I am not putting on my bathing suit. You're not going to get me to put on my bathing suit. I mean, it is a luxury resort that's currently raining. It's not like going in the reason why you're at a, you know, beach is to get wet. Party har har. There. You happy now? Better view? Better view? I can't know where I'm running on this one. I'm even wet. Katara's dressed up as a... Oh! I mean, I don't like Lalafell's like but it's still... Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the drowning winch told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Blood Shore. One that produces the most valuable marvelous pearls. You did not... I mean, I know Lalafells all look like potatoes, but... Yes, she is. However, these clams are so coveted by certain wild creatures. Since I fared rather poorly in the battle last time, ahem, let's be off. Well, cool. Well, now that I get to wander outside of the resort, my other clothes. There, you got your beach episode. Kinda. Actually, I probably switch. Since I don't know this gear, this well enough, I'm probably going to switch to Dragon. But fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind to keep watch while I work? It should only take a moment. I will eat a fish. Another fish, and we will be attacked. Seem to be doing a lot of standing and watching. Concentration. You finished? You finished? Pity, I adore you in a non-sexual way. But are you finished? Well fought, Ishnai, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. Of course. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I could make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they'll always come home. That's sort of the power to defend myself and the others, in a way. Right, well, I shouldn't keep MILF waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Lumisian markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you head back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her she need not worry about me. Farewell, Ishnai, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Are you foreshadowing anything? Oh, sweetie. You know there's monsters that way. Are you gonna get past the monsters? There's literally crabs over there that are bigger than you are. Alright. Now can we actually get on with the story? Anybody around here? No. Welcome home, Ishnai. I gather you found Tataru in RPG sex capital of Final Fantasy XIV. My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she hoped, I suspected it would provide to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Time for every purpose. While others are looking forward to the impending royal banquet, Minfila cannot help but look to the past. Let me guess, this is the point when the next patch came out and this, you know, added onto the storyline also. Because they weren't ready for the expansion yet. The recent events weigh heavy on our minds. We must set them aside for now. This is our recap episode, isn't it? We are coming to a defining moment in Eorzean history. Ah, foreshadowing. Nothing could go wrong. You know, we need the hero to, you know, lose all of its power so that we can learn how to claw our way back from the bottom. The grand commemoration of our joint defense is... The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard. The first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in a common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at least, very least, serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. Yes, I am a protagonist! I repeat, this is doing the whole foreshadowing shit to, like, it's literally hitting you with a hammer. But the primals still plague us, the Empire still plots our subjugation, and our triumphs, remarkable as though they are, were brought at a terrible price. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. This isn't like... Brave adventurers and allies broke on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friends, Moon, Breda, excuse me. This is a victory we have wrought, and it is bitter, is as a bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Same! No, I'm trying to get out of the party too. And say, absolutely. Don't ask my autistic self to go to a party like this. I like cozy parties. This is gonna be a part where I'm gonna just be walking around basically being a trophy to some degree, where I get to be shown off. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance, and nothing could go wrong. We don't Red Wedding this. I think this came out before the Red Wedding. I mean, I'm quite sure the book already came out before then, but I mean the Red Wedding as in the actual Game of Thrones episode. It is our duty to present a united front, and that we might serve a beacon of hope to all. seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. Yeah, but sometimes it's, you have to take your own advice that you give other people, and it's like, do as I say, not as I do. I instructed the others to meet us in Uda, so that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lumian a note. If they do not return quickly, they'll have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Actually, off to the big soiree, Ishnai. Raise the glass for me, eh? Or not? You don't look best pleased, lass. Something on your mind? Everything. The navigators. Mildred's dead? God damn it. They must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sought it. It's the past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where the certain funds were coming from. So I had to dig around, on the quiet, like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of the coin made its way into the Braves' coffers, courtesy of a Dodo Consortium. A daft name for a business if I ever heard of one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again and found half a dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, and I'll give the bastards credit. He showed us up for amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his business the bloody bribery consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules of financial contributions. I mean, sounds like American politics. Oh, sorry. They aren't bribed at all. Nor that they can buy and sell stocks with knowledge that they get from secret media, you know, councils are on. Know how many men the first and the third are taking Bastard's coin, but now we know some of them are, and I'll wager my right eye that they're the ones that what did it for Wildred. An earnest young fool taken to asking the wrong kind of questions, bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. God damn me. Still, I don't see what Bastard hopes to accomplish. He had his schemes with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than that, so we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of the traitorous bastards from our ranks. Oh, on that you have my word. I mean, I'm quite sure that everything will fall apart quite quickly. And Ishnai, mind yourself while in your Uda, eh? We're heading into a storm, I can smell it. That kind will sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. You just keep yourself safe. I am main protagonist. I only get taken out in a cutscene. Or a scripted failure. Or me playing as a raid that playing a raid that I don't understand, like half the Crystal Tower raids. All right, I'm gonna actually. I'm gonna. You ready for this? I'm just going to, because fucking hell, if I'm gonna be a trophy, I might as well look it. You going? I'm gonna be ogled. Might as well do it the best way possible. I am just here to look pretty. Might as well do it. Wait, hide the pretense. Absolutely hide the pretense of this. I have nothing good to add to the conversation. I have no will of my own. I do not stand up for anything. I do what other people tell. Anyways, Ishtola? Looks like nobody else is dressing up either, so if I don't know any better, I think our bard has run afoul of another jilted lover. What did you do? Is that... No, it's just my imagination. Oh, pay me no attention. 'Tis my habit from my misspent youth, looking over my shoulder from time to time. Well, you did recently piss off a lot of people. Not what he did, who he did. Yeah, I know, right? Or who he didn't do, but was making promise to. The banquet, so there'll definitely be food, but will there also be dancing? If there is, will it be before or after food? Dancing on a full stomach is no fun, but neither is hungry. What to do? Well, the reason why they have, like... Coming from a southern girl who actually had to learn ballroom dancing. For those types of celebrations, what you do is usually they have hors d'oeuvres first, which means that you set your stomach up to at least have a little bit of stuff, and then they have the dancing, and usually around that time then they sit down and then there's dancing afterwards. But I mean, we've been waiting for you, Ishnai. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I hope we may make our introductions together, but Mistress Modi just sent word that you're needed at the quicksand. Oh, really? My favorite... I like waltz. Venetian waltz is hard because it's so fast, though. Because you're spinning, always spinning. I swear you get sick with it. But it's beautiful to watch other people do it. You must go wherever she's needed, according to Minfilia. We will go ahead, Ishnai. Pray join us what matters that the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodi and let her know I will call upon her anon. Yeah, I'm gonna go and get rid of things and stuff while I'm in the... Oh, you know what would be absolutely hilarious now that I think about it? I don't know if they're gonna do this, is if suddenly, somewhere along the way, I get teleported at least to Dragon's Head or whatever camp, or something like that, and I'm wearing this outfit, and I can look over at Alphon and say, you were bitching before about being cold. Now look at me and see how... Ah... Now look at me and decide whether or not you're gonna make a comment about still being cold. So being young boy, he might actually have problems, you know, not getting heated over that. He's not that young, young man. They'll have Miko dancers at this place, probably at the celebration anyways, so I mean, look at him, please. Hi! I appreciate you dropping in such short notice, Ishnai. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. Please waste my time. I don't want to go to the party. Don't make me. You're friends with the crystal brave by the name of Ali Ann, aren't you? Former adventurer. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself, and I feel horrified for it. Anyway, she came around for a meal not long ago, and before she left... She asked me to give you a message. Said if the others end up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking these words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to ask your thoughts on a gentleman caller. Ask the autistic person who's only having one relationship about gentleman matters. I think she's barking up the wrong tree, but also I don't think that's why she needs my attention either. I wonder, will she be shot also? Please no. I already feel bad because I got whatever his name, the boy, like I recruited him personally. And he got murdered. Don't do this to me, game. Don't guilt trip me. You stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander. All too soon, ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Alilane. There's something right here that's bothering me. Is my character gonna know it is this, or is this supposed to be here? Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chattering of Kukurin and the buzzing of Ciarfox, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head only to notice a vial like, ha! I was right! Ishnai, is that you? What brings you out this way? Oh, just sun tanning. Lieutenant Alienne? Why, no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guaranteed we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. Yeah, I also need vitamin D because actual vitamin D, we're not gonna make a sexual joke out of this because heaven knows I am battling a lot and actually need strong bones and things to, you know, help mend wounds. We are to patrol the city's environments on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. I pray return to Uda, Ishnai. If I chance meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you were here. Got murdered. See, they can use the pearl links. But I apparently cannot. The other thing that kind of annoys me.
Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line.
Is if that Lancer guy turned against me in that sense. Why, in the sense of I brought him in, why doesn't he follow my lead rather than somebody else's lead?
Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Well, it's stronger to realize when you there's something you that, like, especially with a lineage that you cannot follow, then continue to let it cause problems for others. That's the reason why I said that wasn't a sexual thing, because I know Sabby very, very well. He's very isometric that way. Well, at some points I could be just as bad. So I'm not. I have no right to say anything past that. I reckon you're headed straight for the feast after meeting with Alain. What's the matter? No appetite? A tiny glass container appeared to be used before, but containing what, pray tell? He wasn't there, but this was? Hey, let me see. It looked to me like an alchemist's vial, but beyond that I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any roads, no use worrying about Alilan. I'm sure she'll turn up before long. When she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. Am I going to be blamed for somebody's poisoning? Because the fact that it's in my inventory? Sitting by Momody's grin, your star could not rise any higher. That is a reflex of the streamer. Therefore, I am horny all the time? Cool. Would you believe that while you're away, another message arrived for you? Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's headmaid, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaidens will meet you at the Royal Promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. What are you waiting for? Go, go, go then. The Parting Glass. I'm gonna be blamed for something. The Parting Glass, which is a song, a lovely song. In fact, I used to sing it at the end of each stream.
You needn't trouble yourself, so.
Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light.
I am.
I can pull that up. But I keep, every time I sing this song, I always get, I kid you not, copyright claimed, not struck, and I'm singing it a cappella. And like, the song, it'll say the melody of it, but when I do Evanescence, it'll say that I'm playing the song, I mean, actually playing the actual song of it, because I could do my voice so similar to Amy.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
Emma?
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
And watch it fall apart. Like a flan in a cupboard.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent.
And your ego, the same, Alphanod.
Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally.
Okay, stop circle jerking.
When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity.
Don't say that too loud. Say, nothing could go wrong. Nothing. It's not calling upon the fates to go, yeah, fuck you.
Territorial disputes are all that divide us now.
For now.
But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
Did it? Blamed for poisoning someone. Oh, I went out the wrong way. I was like sitting there going, isn't there supposed to be a... Nope, I went out the wrong door. I promise. I can read maps. I mean, I know directional. I mean... Shut the fuck up. But I won't. I love how stupid my character is. Oh my god, I took a stupid pill. Blindly trusting people like this. Thank you for coming, madam. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before audience, you may have it, or if you're ready, it would be my honor to escort you to her Grace's chamber forthwith. I mean, if you look at what I'm wearing, then yes. Upon proceeding the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's highly recommended that you set aside sufficient time. Oh, it's gonna be a 30-minute. We are Kojima-ing this shit, aren't we? Hey, I said I was gonna do it!
Enter.
Your Grace, your guest has arrived.
Pray, come in, and take your ease.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I'm also curious, is it the voice? Okay, it is still the same. It's Blake Ritson.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. 'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
It was the only one that wasn't recast, so it is the same voice throughout.
Very well.
is Artemis?
About to be.
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Betrayal. Revolution, usurping of the powers.
You may go.
Your Grace.
You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
Oh.
I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
Smart.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence.
I know, right? Not an allegory to anything happening now.
But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate.
If you even reach there.
'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic.
That's not how it's gonna work eventually.
No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few.
The Republic will turn into that anyways after a few generations.
Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep
Rose,
his
how are
footing on
you?
such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand.
No pressure though.
You
Somebody who's
who have
autistic
endured
and
the wrath of innumerable
all I do
foes
is
are
nod
the one
and-
hero in whom I can place my trust.
move my lips but not say anything.
Will you do this thing for me?
At least with Genshin and stuff, my character speaks
I am
sometimes.
truly grateful.
That's the joke.
More grateful than I can well express.
If they were gonna, but the thing is, the way I saw it was, if they're taking me to the party where I'm basically gonna be led around like a trophy, I might as well look like a fucking trophy.
Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Good, important drink cup looking. I mean, you haven't met all the characters yet, have you? Yeah. Oh no, symbolism! I'm a white mage. I'm a white mage. I literally have a way to cure poison. Perfect timing.
Your Grace!
Her Grace.
You haven't even checked your pulse!
Is dead.
Literally, I am a white mage.
Poison in her wine? You did this!
That is a big jump in logic.
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
I mean, it could be in the drink before I got here.
I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
I'm literally not wearing enough clothing for... Now that the shock is over, I faced off against fucking dragons and I can't even...
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
I'm sorry, let me see if I can do an ad break if it's long enough. I mean, not the ad break, but snooze it. But if it's too long...
what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Money?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
I'm gonna let the Lalafell die every time I rescued the fucker.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
So there's somebody in the ranks.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor.
I'm quite sure Elmeric looks right
Come,
through
Lucia.
him. Motherfucker has a mask. Not even a mask, so. Look at him flirting.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts.
Oh, he's a witch.
You'd best come along with us.
He's a witch!
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
As though summoned.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prison.
Why am I being brought in front of... This isn't how trials work. You know, being in this outfit makes it absolutely more hilarious.
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu Ul Namo.
I'm sorry.
And as suspected accessories to the crime, all members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
This is Sparta! I mean, sorry, wrong thing.
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh yes, I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend.
Yeah, puntable, absolutely. Also, just because I slept without him doesn't mean that you should say it's because...
I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands! Now that is truly ridiculous!
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead.
Absolutely.
Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. None more. No!
I mean, that's a better no than I had heard him from before, but I mean, it's still not... I have one more snooze on the ads, so I'm just warning you.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
Burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true.
You said
That young
'tis true,
lady
you're
caused me
admitting
no
it!
end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say her
You're
Grace
saying
was
this in front of a
grateful
bunch
that
of
someone
people,
thought to cut her
including the
strings.
Alliance!
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Kill him! Kill him! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! And I'm just standing here. You have my sword. I mean, staff. I mean, bow. I mean, I play all those roles, so I mean...
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
No, he has literally lost his mind.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Ow, 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 ow. Also, PG, we don't get the blood.
Oh, Raban!
Hey, you're a white healer! Hey, white healer! You literally have rays! Literally! You are a seed seer!
Admiral, we must leave.
And they just walked the fuck out.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide.
All the bitching and shit I've done.
Arrest this traitor as well.
I literally cannot move.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have.
Where
You are
did
not
I
the
go?
man you once
Argo?
were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
That's a way of putting it, but...
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana?
Well, I know the voice actor, so I'm expecting it of him. Let me pull him up. I don't remember the name of him, but I recognize him from a lot of things. It's Richard S. E. Carr. One second. Huh. But yeah, he does a good job.
It was me.
It was me? It was me. Of course.
You die!
Okay. Ready? You ready to know where I know him from? He does the voice of Ansem. Like, Kingdom Hearts 2, Ansem, Terra, Xehanort.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand.
Oh, I better wait till ad breaks over to say.
Leave this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
For those that were stuck in the ads, he does the voice of Ansem from Kingdom Hearts. Like Terra, Xehanort, Ansem, Nobody. So, first of all, his voice actor, I knew he was a bad... he's kind of typecast to some degree, I'm sad to say. Except for he played Joseph Joestar of JoJo but I mean, he tends to be bad guy.
There you are.
Hi, Thancred, how are you?
Thancred, where have you been?
Stabbing things.
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. But when I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
Really?
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
A while, and I've been sitting here screaming about it.
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces.
Also, are you gonna go
inclined
help?
to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
Gonna go help the summer child.
So,
Naive summer
would
child.
I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Yay!
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
It'll make me feel better, though.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Ponanimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
The people that weren't here to see
Where
this.
indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah.
Yeah, and we're standing literally still outside the palace room.
Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel.
Oh, not looking suspicious going back through the scene of the crime.
It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
Good timing.
The rest of you, go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
I mean, I could do better, but fine.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Alright, Legolas and Gimli. They literally have, like, she has the blonde hair
Ida!
of Legolas and is taller than Papalymo. I mean, true, but it's still one of those size differences where they kind of don't like each other, but at the same time play against each other kind of thing.
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now. Find...
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Yeah, Kyrie, we can't linger any longer. Too bad the Warrior of Light won't, like, stay behind. Take a moment. Bring it. Pretty eyes.
Ah, now look what you've done.
I guess you'll have to get a new one. Well, don't anger the lady.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
Need an ether? Yeah, you could jump off the edge and down.
This is so stupid! We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn! The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it!
Doesn't matter.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken!
Sorry I dragged you into this, Popalimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
I have the power!
Let them have it, Ida!
Why didn't you do this earlier?
I was hoping you'd say
Well, he is a scholar of Javavava, and also with his marks, he is a paragon. Which makes him a bit different. Yeah, the mark on his neck makes him a paragon. So he was trained by, Louisois. So, who knows? Directly. Oh, this looks safe. And well taken care of.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
Yeah, and this looks like it's well taken care of.
The
Like the
architecture
infrastructure
is
of
Sildren
America.
Style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
Of course. Also, good thing I'm in a bathing suit. I repeat, be wearing that bathing suit absolutely made it 100% amazing.
This way!
I can take him.
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
Well, we were walking as slow as possible.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
No, but...
What do you mean to do?
Yeah, I know, right?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Do we tell them now that we don't have the blessing anymore?
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
I mean, doesn't she... If my memory... You know what? No.
My friends.
Say, because it literally, when I was laying in bed this morning, I had a moment of recalling. All right, my light-haired compatriots. I just realized how many of them have light hair.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Cute. Neither of you are allowed to die. What? That doesn't look like a dozen. Yes, she is. And hot. and sassy. And please, mistress. Oh no, he took an arrow to the knee! Ah! Sorry. Sorry, I know that was a sound, but I mean, come on. Come on!
This is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Nymphelia.
Yeah, this was the best idea ever to wear this outfit. I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep saying that.
Eidolon, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me.
My gods tell me to stay.
Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light.
I have not the blessing.
You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm.
No pressure or anything.
As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
We are playing who shall have the noblest of sacrifices. How'd you know we'd come out this way?
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others?
They're fine.
Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
I didn't, sweet summer naive child.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some moms between us and Ul'dah.
Moms. Also, who are you?
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
We were attacked, though. We could be attacked now. See? Pitchforks!
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
I love how the accents are walking... The literal walking tour of English accents. At least our blues almost match. Yay! They got the pitchforks and a band. We got a band tonight. We got a band tonight.
I was
I
stocking
was about
up
to
on
make a
supplies over in
pitchforks and
Vesper Bay, you
torches
see,
joke,
when
but
your sister come up and begged a favor. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Uldar and likely needed a helping hand getting away. I think them ruins would make a
It's
fine
fine.
hiding
It's not
place.
like we're
I decided
not,
to try there
you know,
first. And lo and behold, there you were.
Kojima-ing this.
Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon.
Oh, I would have been fine.
Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I could have taken them. I've taken dragons, literally.
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Yes, but my character did not say it. Anything. But rise from the ashes and learn from it. Okay, cool, cool kid.
And who might you be, young sir?
Adorable. Adorable, yes, keep adorable.
Talpin, Vice Marshal of the
Pippin!
Immortal Flames.
Pippin! Oh my god!
I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar.
You have a friend named Mary? Frodo? Sam?
Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified.
Do I get to
The blame
nerd out
plainly
about
lies
Lord of
with
the
the
Rings?
Monetarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Aldin's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as
Okay.
we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation. But in the end,
Sweet summer child. We must play with the hand that's dealt with
it was
us.
I who needed saving.
Learn from it. Rise from it. Okay, I guess this talking's done. Them soldiers will keep being searched for a while. Reckon we'll take the carrots back to Uldal and get a lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends, and the real fight's to come. All right, let's go. Ran out of budget. Yeah. I'm gonna get out of this outfit now. I'm done with this joke. This joke is done. Over here. Like I said, I'm done with this joke. Anyways. You know, back to being the white mage that could have used Asuna on her. How could I have been so blind? I mean, idealism causes blindness sometimes. The most unassuming folk can provide to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's I mean, he worked with the Scions, so and he hid to conserve for his own safety. So I can imagine well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk it all in your presence. Are you flirting with me? Are you wanting to join my harem? I don't think I've ever had a Lalafell in my harem. My father spoke of you, Ishnai. I mean, he's definitely doing a good job of it. Father spoke often of you, Ishnai, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not how I envisioned it. I will say, literally, he got me with the long hair to some degree. Now he's rizzing me up past this point. Yes, I have a thing for guys and girls with long hair. Master Alphino... Oh. You must not give in to despair. That would only be playing into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Ishnai are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Master Tarpon, but I love that Tarpon's close to... Alpha! My boy, sorry to keep you waiting. Sid! I mean, I didn't squeak there. Fuck up. What are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire, as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly? Then he is no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both Monetarists and the Crystal Braves. Ishgard? Korthus, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. And we have friends! Like Hashafant. That I could, you know, warm his hearth with. I fear. I must remain here. Alright, Night Haru, thank you for the raid and thanks for joining! Oh, are you free tomorrow to do weeklies on Genshin? Yes, a good friend. An excellent friend. No, I fear must remain here. I dare not abandon Uda to the monsters and their cronies. Something in the morning? Beyond that, I'm free. Okay. Well, I'm not going to be up in the morning. I'll be sleeping. Frankly, I did not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and her allies, no matter what the monetarists claim. Master Tarupin, I don't know what to say. Ah, now that father would labor to believe. Same! But enough talk, you must go, Master Alpha. Airship awaits. Maybe you should have done this as a dragoon now that I think about it. Up, up! There's no rest for the righteous. Tell me about it! Literally have been dragged everywhere. Good that we didn't anger, like, them by flying this in here. Also nice that they don't have seats for us or anything. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Hashafant. Mayhap he knows what to do. Let's switch over to my dragoon. Not like it shows any less clothing. Yes, I still, you know, keep to the idea of us having so much clothing. It makes me stronger. Hi, sweetie. I can't seem to keep away from you. Master Alphino told me your tale, Ishnai. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained it in full. Do I have to speak it, though? In times of trouble, few things more precious than unconditional support.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert.
Fun. And he got in trouble for the fact that he left.
We feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies.
Yeah, what the shit do I have to do to
You are more
continue?
than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such.
Snark! Snark! Love it! Says rising stones, waking sands.
Aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions.
I mean, there's only one other person here.
'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Yes, I am a shining star, though I am very little wearing clothes on the upper part of my body. Syria waits. Pray not keep your companions in suspense. I'm certain their hearts will soar at the sight of you. Huh? You managed to escape, and what of those who did not? I am Warrior of Light even though I lost your blessing. Besides, I'm working, as I say, if I keep running, maybe I'll warm up. Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside? On proceeding to the innocent, they set aside enough. We're gonna keep doing this, aren't we? I'm gonna go ahead and let the run minute add so that we can have a good chunk of time. I'll go over here and I'll be nice. I mean, I was gonna do it anyways. And we can wear even less clothes if I want to. I should repair my gear. What? Okay. Oh, yeah, I guess the deterioration on the gear would be towards my, you know, white mage shit. Alright, repaired my gear. Repaired my gear. And it'll be an hour and 26 minutes until the next ad, so we have maybe gotten it well enough. Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside? Yes. Alphanod! Ishnai, is it really you? No. Oh, it reminds me of the... I'm so happy that you are. Sniffle sob. I've tried contacting Midfilia and the others, but no one would respond. And then the Crystal Braves, our own people, turned of us in the marketplace. Midfilia told me to run, so I did. I ran and ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached, but I lost my way and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Sweetie! You showed me your face. You're so cute. I forgot. Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in a struggle. I mean, in a dragon area, I'm not sure if that's safe. Pretty, isn't she? Yes, I know, right? Anyways, after Yaguri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Uriange. When we told him what happened, he used his magic to weave a glamour around the waking sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Uriange started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh yes, we waited there in the waking sands, hoping the others would come, but nobody else did. My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as of yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. But you should know the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Stand's good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we have yet to have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escape, it's not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but the rest assured the people of Doma have yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repair debts, and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the scions restored to their rightful place of honor. I would still hide the fact that you're, whatchamacallit. This is a dragon territory.
'Tis all my doing.
Sweetie?
I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eosia's woes.
And
look what that arrogance has wrought.
You've learned? I mean...
I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty.
Like I said.
I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod.
We noticed. I mean, it is within his character to be really hard on himself, because he believed what he was doing was just, and he believed and trusted in the people around him, so, I mean...
The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve?
I mean, people like this who have their ideals on their sleeves also tend to be the ones to hurt themselves the most when the world doesn't live up to those ideals and often hurts them back.
Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee?
You were too thinking in the macro rather than the micro.
Oh, yes.
Not just
I was
between
so
those.
very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. It was all but a means to feed my own vanity.
Yes. I mean, you're asking an autistic person, to give you too much solace, but yes, you did do that. But what did you learn from it?
Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
It's better than never realizing it.
Oh, Alfino.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you?
I mean, he hasn't grown up enough for me to, you know, take him to bed, so...
What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alfino, if I may?
Yay, you have a voice! Or, what, a few times.
Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard.
I mean, we haven't been allowed to, given permission.
Ophelia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight.
Yeah, but it's allowed to at least give yourself some time to reprieve within a sad emotion. Just remember, just pick yourself up.
Or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
I am so short, and I find it hilarious. Sweetie! Give her a hug, give her a hug, give her a hug! Oh my god! Hun!
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon.
I know! Hugger! Protector!
'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians.
Have I told you that I no longer have that ability? Or this would be a bad time.
And 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
Oh, we have the deep Skyrim singing. I mean, is there any video between here and there? And nice that we're at another cutscene. I mean, not cutscene. Is there any? Do you know if there's just? Is it still images of what we saw, or? Oh, I can scroll. Oh, right. Number 2 that often doesn't.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
Nah, Brayless is no more. The anchor was not his to the ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhaps he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste must be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? Good, where we are? Cool. The earth is fertile, the seeds well sown. By my will, they shall reap the salvation unlike any the world has known. Oh, good that I am there. By his will. By his will. Too bad that couldn't be fucking voiced! I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thy intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon, yours, mine's, and the fate of this very star. Cat, leg! Are they now gonna let us in? I thought that they weren't gonna let us in. We had to wait out here.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond.
No.
Delusion. Despair. Death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
I'm quite sure I will find that everywhere else just as much. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed with the heaven's sword. Ah! Name drop. Name drop! You know, my left arm. Ah. Jokes, quips. Side note, for the longest time, I always said Heaven's Ward. I mean, it's Heaven's Sword, not Heaven's Ward. Because I am... English is my first language. No matter how long it takes, I have faith that they will find the others. With Lady Iguri's shinobi, Ariange's intelligence, and my versatility, there's nothing we cannot do. The time his actions come, and Alphon knows what he must do. Alphino.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Different voice actor.
So long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything.
The jumping voice.
You must go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Uldar and set things right.
Or not.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Alphino.
Lord Orchiffon.
We're going back through the different voice, the ways of saying.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names.
Is it the same actor for both these? Because it does sound familiar. Like it is the same one. It's different for Alf. It's the same guy, Jason Lashia. Yep.
But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
It's gonna be scary to see Tataru's voice change too.
Yes. Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
But I can't forgive your change in voice just yet. It's too soon.
I bring tidings. Count Edmont has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortan.
I mean, aren't we a bit too old?
Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper. Pray, consider our manor your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed. Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
Become wards themselves? Cool.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
The Count is a good man, and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
I prefer the dear friend part, not the a hero. Like.
To Ishgard then. Together.
Because be considered a hero would be putting me a platform below.
There we shall carry on the Scion's
platform
legacy.
above them.
There we shall begin anew.
Here!
Your voice actress changed. It's kind of disconcerting jumping between those two cutscenes. They say the winds can be rather fierce in the steps of faith. Be sure to wrap up before we go. Yes, wrap up. Don't put on the bikini. You already did that joke. Not all circumstances under which I have hoped to visit Ishgard for the first time, but so be it. I must go ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, however, for everything has been arranged. The sentries at the Gate of Judgment have been informed of our decision. You need but state your names and they will allow you into the city to pass. My manservant shall be waiting for you at the city gates, ready to escort you to our manor, where we shall meet again. Until then. Thoughts here that decided to go jump off a cliff. That I wanted to say. Oh, right. As soon as I'm allowed in the proper and allowed out of the house, as you do, I want to grab the Astrologian and the Dark Knight class. That. I mean, if a Lalafell can be a warrior, I think I'll do just fine. Greetings and welcome, my friend. I am pleased to hear that you have been granted entry into the Holy See. I know no adventurer more worthy than the privilege. Now then, is there something you require? What do you do here? My duty is unchanged from when we last spoke. It was doubtless remain that till I draw my last breath. Sir Marchelan, Knight of Ishgard and Keeper of the Gates of Judgment, at your service. In the recent battle, we allowed the dragons to breach our defenses and wreak havoc in the city. Suffice to say, we cannot abide to repeat this failure. If need be, I am prepared to lay down my life. What place is this? You stand with the Gates of Judgment, the sole means of entering the Holy See of Ishgard. Only those deemed worthy in the eyes of the Fury may pass. And you, my friend, have proven yourself worthy thrice over. You may pass through these gates and enter our fair city at will. Know that, though, if you are wicked of heart, the Fury shall send an icy gust to blow you off the steps of faith. 'Tis but a legend, to be sure, but people make an effort to keep their minds free of impetus thoughts nonetheless. But my mind is full of Viva la Revolution and bringing down the theocracy! Anyways, and I will think it the entire time I'm walking across. House of, wards of the House of Forceps, Forceps, I'm gonna say Forceps, joke, you may pass. Bad jokes are bad, yes. I'm aware. I'm not cold. I'm not cold. I'm not cold.
So they came, at a friend's behest.
Both of them put on. Sorry.
Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery.
I love it. I love it.
Their names blackened with royal blood. With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came.
That voice actor died recently, and apparently there's a bunch of people who were mourning in front of the house. I wouldn't say recent, I guess maybe this year, last year? I don't know. I read game articles. I mean, he was
to Ishgard,
not young, at
shining
least.
city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great and proud nation, devoted to Halone, the Fury.
Halone.
Ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses. A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace.
Or apparently take care of their soldiers afterwards.
Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and her companions passed.
I wonder if
Entering
it's
at
for some of
last a
them
city
first time
whose
seeing a
history
female
was written
Lalafell.
in blood.
I mean, most countries' histories are written in blood.
In the midst of the Dragon Song War they came. 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion
I
great
bet they didn't like it.
Though none knew then how great.
Bring down the theocracy! Woo! From the memoirs of Edmund Count, the Forceps, Evans Ward. And us being the ward. Like I said, for the longest time I thought it was Heaven's Sword. And yes, I repeat, English is my first language. Gods, I feel like a child in a giant's castle. You don't feel like that in all the other cities? From afar, the spires did not seem so tall. Greetings, Miss Ciarfox. On behalf of House Forceps, I bid you welcome to Ishgard. Maybe someday I might learn how to say it correctly. Maybe. My lord humbly requests your presence at his residence in the Pillars. If you would all come with me. I'm gonna unlock this with my sanity intact. Since I seem to run around and forget to unlock certain ones until I need to use them. I might as well grab all the ones here. So you want to be a machinist? Machinist. I might do that as well. And no, I will not do 11-hour stream tonight. Need to actually rest for once. And have that 11-hour stream tomorrow. I actually didn't sleep very well this morning, since I don't sleep at night. Got this area. Fine. That might be where you get the dark. Okay, we're gonna do a circle on this one. Like I said, gonna get them all while I can. And not be fucking distracted. Also makes it faster. I can do that make this faster. All right, thank you, Vinabina. I appreciate. You'll make this faster. I actually got my archer up enough so that I could do the on. I'm not sure if I'm going the right way. Probably a shorter way to get here, but I am map challenged. Cool. Got all of them. In the Aether Shades, Gates of Judgment. Cool. Switch to back to Dragoon. Saru, is it just me, or is the air up here different? You can almost smell the wealth and power. Gods, it makes me feel fate. Look upon the splendor of these heights. One would little suspect the ruin wrought by the wyverns below. The warrior of light and brave companions walk the streets of Ishgard at last. What a glorious sight. I cannot tell you how long I've waited for this day. Sweetie, allow me to present you to my family home, Fort's Manor. Oh, this feels like, you know, bringing home your girlfriend or whatever to your family at last. I should like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone's gathered to receive you. It's like bringing your girlfriend home, come on. Or boyfriend. Come on, friends, introductions must be made. You know, meet the family. Friends with benefits.
My lord, I have returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing.
I'm actually taller than Alphino.
I, Count Edmond de Fortomp, do bid you welcome.
Fortomp. I've heard it said so many different
As
ways.
wards of House Fortomp, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Forton.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishgard.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishgard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders.
But I could kick ass and take
Yet
names.
It is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies, don't you think? Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Of course not. I'm not gonna bring down the bureaucracy and maybe bring down the high houses. Nah, never.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Or I'm the one that does everything, right? That's the answer?
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city?
I kind of already did that.
You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
I mean... never. Alright, start at the back. It's an honor to have you with us, Miss Ciarfox. Sweetie, you don't have to bow every single time. I know you've been taught to do that, but please don't. Greetings, Mistress Ciarfox. How may I be of assistance? What do you do here? Me? Why, I'm but a humble servant sworn to the house of Fort Tomps. You probably have to go through and do all the old primals. I had to do this too. The Ifrit, the hard version of Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan, and you have to do go to Iroche. No, wait, it's not Iroche. Is it? Maybe Thancred? I don't remember. Multitude of my duties. Simply put, at the behest of my lord, the Count, I manage household affairs. I have served at his pleasure for more than 50 years, and by the Fury's grace, I will serve 50 more. Tell me about the House of Fort Tomps. Can be traced back to King Thoradin and his Knights of 12. Ours was one of the 4 founding houses of Ishgard. Accordingly, our interests extend far beyond the walls of the city proper. Camp Dragonhead, for instance, is our responsibility. As for the family, you of course met my lord Count Edmond de Fultomps, who's head of our house. His 2 sons, my lords Artirel and are next in line. May the Fury watch over them and keep them from harm. As for those sworn to House Fortomps, in addition to the knights, squires, and infantry, more than 100 craftsmen, retainers, and other servants possessed of notable skill are pledged to our service. Given our strong position, one might expect us to have no truck with foreign merchants and sell swords. However, nothing could be further from the truth. I should think that my lord, the Count, was quite clear on this point, but it was our hope that you and your allies would, by your deeds, help us convince the other high houses of the wisdom in opening the gates of judgment to all, among other things. More than anything else, though, I suspect he saw in you potential. He shouldn't. Expectations should be low. Tell me about Ishgard. More than 1,000 years ago, Halon, I'm still saying it wrong, appeared before King Thoradin and bade him lead his people to the Promised Land, to the lands we now call home. And so the king and his Knights 12 did as commanded. I love Knights. It's Knights of the Round, which is a reference to not just King Arthur, but one of the longest summons in Final Fantasy VII. Like, it's a 7-minute kind of summon. It's called Knights of the Round, if I remember. They come to Korthus and founded a great kingdom in the Fury's name. But the great worm, Nidhogg, would not have it so. With hatred in his heart, Nidhogg sought out King Thorin. In the ensuing battle, the king and half his knights were slain, but his son Haldreth rallied the others and drove back the fell beast. Thus did the war between our peoples begin, the war between dragon and man. For 1,000 years, Ishgard has stood against the Horde, and not once were our defenses breached. Until the day Lady Iceheart's allies shattered our wards on the steps of faith. Though the wyverns were slain before they could reach our defenses here, those in the Foundation were not so fortunate. Unarmed men, women, and even children were made to feel the Dravian's wrath. Walls can be rebuilt, but lost lives can never be reclaimed. My lord, the Count, knows this all too well. Okay. I remember you being a twat. In other words, spoiled brat. They'll be whispering about you soon, if they aren't already. The mysterious guests of the House Fortomps, or such. This guy is too serious for his own good. Greetings, Scion, and welcome. We are honored by your presence. Run around and talk to everybody else. As I said before, my home is your home. After all you've done on our behalf, the least I can offer. So what do you think? Be honest. It's great, isn't it? I feel like, as all the times that I've ever been in really rich areas, I feel like I don't belong here at all. Please, get me out. So this is what the inside of a manor of a high house looks like. To think Lord Hoshafont was raised here. I already have something that looks like that. Ew. Ew! I'm not picky, shut the fuck up! Here comes the... I guess during this we're also gonna... take in the... Since picky. No! I will look good if I'm gonna play this game, damn it! Four Talps have been generous enough to extend this their protection, and we must take care not to impose too much on their hospitality. It is only proper we learned about our new home so that we might become more self-sufficient. It'll take a while to learn the lay of the land, but learn it we must. I literally went to all the Aetherites, so it's not that hard. Then there's the markets, the taverns. We only know where to shop and where to hear small talk. It did seem a tour of the city is in order. I thank you for your counsel, my lord. My companions and I shall, of course, do as you suggest. Very good. Then my manservant shall accompany you. He'll be able to answer any questions you might have. Ah, but I grow forgetful in my dotage. There's something I must give you ere we part. Your documentation is in order, I trust? Yes, my lord. Papers, please! Green cards! Don't know where I'm going to keep it, though. I mean... These documents identify you as wards of House Fortemps. Given that our borders have remained closed for decades, many of the countrymen are unaccustomed to treating with foreigners. Should anyone happen to question your presence here, it may prove necessary to remind them you remain under the protection of House Fortemps, but let us hope it shall not come to that. It will probably come to that. Rest assured, we shall do our utmost to avoid any situation which might compel us to invoke your name. What do you think I am? Not the main protagonist? Ishnai, Tataru, the city waits. Let's go! Nod. I confess it's been a long dream of mine to visit Ishgard. To my childish self, her towers, bridges, and cobble streets may seem akin to something from a fairy tale, and I have never quite outgrown the fantasy. Not in the way you wanted to come here. Glad I have a map. I mean, if they haven't opened their borders in so long, why would they have a map? This is your first time in our fair city. Pray permit me to show you to the Hoplon, whence we may gaze upon the splendor of the Holy Vault. Though all other sights pale in comparison, 'tis only met you see it first. I shall then show you around the jeweled Crozel, where you may purchase all manner of goods and services before descending to Foundation's Aetherite Plaza. If there are no questions... I mean, I might have questions. I can't think of any right now, but I will. After this tour is done. Because that's how my mind works. Gothic cathedrals and the Baroque imagery mix is gorgeous in this area. I mean... Also, can't figure out how they have running water in these areas. The Hoplon is so named for the bronze great shield bore by our nation's patron deity, and is the largest plaza in Ishgard. The magnificent cathedral to the north is, of course, the Holy Vault. The Vault is both Ishgard's seat of government and the residence of the Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. I beg your pardon, the statues to the south, are they perchance Thoradin's famed Knights 12? Very good, Master Alphino. They are the fathers of Ishgard, the brave knights who joined with King Thoradin I to put down Nidhogg and found this great nation. Ours is a city rich with history and tradition, and there's much you can learn by exploring the pillars, time permitting, of course. Now then, if you follow me to the Jeweled Crozer, I shall introduce you to Mistress Ilas, our master of the markets. You could teleport down there. I mean, I guess. No. Not a single scorched stone in sight. To watch the merchants go about their business, one would think the dragons never attacked. I mean, this is technically the rich place. If you want to buy something, let me do the talking. I could haggle for Uda. I present you Mistress Elisa. Perhaps you'd like to say a few words. Hi, sweetie. Well, clearly you're not locals or traveling paddlers, which makes you all refugees. Hopelessly lost. Words of the House of Fortemps. How very interesting. Count Edmond has granted us leave to remain in Ishgard for as long as we wish, which may be some time. Accordingly, we would have need of sundry goods, hence our desire to make your acquaintance. That is, of course, assuming you'll be content to accepting customs of foreigners, should you be uncomfortable. Young sir, we do not discriminate in matters of money. If you have coin to spend, who are we to refuse it? Weapons, armor, accoutrements? Accoutrements? Yes, I know how to say that word. Everybody fucking run. Accoutrements? Medicine, materials, whatever you desire. It can be... It's like one of those, oh, you can't say something like this, but oh my god, you can say that. I don't know where my mind picked it up and kept it, but it's there. Our merchants will be more than happy to accommodate you as you shall soon see. And the funny thing is, I can't remember how to say half these names, and then here I am can say accoutrements. Accoutrements. Our next destination is the Aetheryte Plaza and the Foundation. Is everyone ready? What, they weren't expecting us to already run around and have it? Welcome, warm welcome to you, miss. Please feel free to visit our many, many shops. You're bound to find something that satisfies every one of your needs. The big large one. Accoutrements. Do you ever get a funny tingling feeling when you attune to an aetheryte, or is it just me? No? So it is just me. Oh, I've already attuned myself to the aetheryte. I trust you have as well. Yes. In fact, that's the reason why I didn't make it to the house until later. And here we are. And here we have Foundation's Aetheryte Plaza. If you've yet to attune to the aetheryte, it'd be wise to do so now. Your guide is eager to continue your tour of Ishgard. As for our next destination, mayhap we should decide together. What else could be found nearby? The Sky Steel Manufactory stands to the west. There our engineers conceive and manufacture weapons used against the dragons. The holy stables where chocobos are trained for war also lie in that direction. The north and east shall be the congregation of our holy knights most heavenly. Could you make that name any longer? Says the person who makes Limsa the name RPG sex capital of Final Fantasy XIV. But I mean, I've never said I am not a hypocrite. South, well, best you avoid that area. And why is that? I fear our knights not be able to ensure the safety in the lowest levels, Master Alphino. Hold your nose when you pass the bloom, little lord. A delicate flower like you is to wilt like in our fumes. I faced off against worse. You misjudge me, sir, for I am no lord, but a humble traveler. Oh, come to see the sights, have ye? Take a turn down to the hop balloon and gawp at the statues? Bwahaha, if you got the mind to learn how to better half live, come and have a drink at the Forgotten Night. If it'll nursemate will let ye. Hey, he's a harem member in training. Don't be mean to him. My humblest apologies, Master Alphino. Pray pay the drunken lout no mind. Oh, but I must. It would not do to refuse such a hearty and felt invitation. Yes, I simply must see this Forgotten Night for myself. I trust you see the wisdom in this, Ishnai. There are a few sources of information more abundant than the bustling local hostelry. Not that I expected to hear any news of our missing comrades just yet. Nevertheless, who can say what we might learn in recent events? Am I going to be your bodyguard in this? Then I'm coming too! Violence it is! Oh, why don't we all choose together where we're gonna go? And nobody listens to anything I say. Not that I said anything, but I mean... You look like you can handle yourself. Canadian of the most ferocious fiends aside of the steps. Only the best of the best can join the clan Cinchro. Oh. This is... Oh, okay. Isn't that the... Sorry, my mind's having a moment. That's the Dark Knight guy. Find another table. This one's taken. Oh, so you work... You peddle in Dark Knight stuff. Cool. Alphino? Maybe one drink will be... No, I mustn't. Oh, you're old enough to have drink? I don't know the age of the drinking consent on that. Yes, I've got a good feeling about this place. Once more, I must urge you to reconsider. There are several gentlemen who appear less than pleased by our presence. I mean, violence is always the answer if they don't like me. I must say, this is rather unusual. Not just one, but a whole party of fresh faces in my tavern. We are but recently arrived in Ishgard and are eager to acquaint ourselves with our more noticeable establishments, Master. Gib Brillon. Just Gilbrion. Gib, got it. Gib! And I'm flattered you think so highly of my establishment. Can't promise it'll live up to your expectations, but it's a decent food and drink you're after. You could do much worse. Judging by the number of customers I see, I suspect your fare is far more than decent. Speaking of your clientele, I could not help but notice a difference between those who frequent the upper and lower floors. Spotted that, did ya? Aye, up here you find peddlers and porters off-duty nights and so forth dropping in on their way to or from somewhere else. Regular, me, but not locals. Folks from the tend to congregate downstairs, where we offer a menu more suited to their tastes. Cheaper meals, stronger spirits, all quality mind, but not the sort of stuff I'd recommend to yourselves. You speak of the lower levels, yes? Why do they call it the broom, if I may ask? Because when the weather is foul and the broom rolls in thick, it's the poor sods living at the bottom who have to deal with it. You see, it's not just the weather. When the wyverns broke through the wards and started tearing up the city, it was the brooms that got the worst of it, while the pillars enjoyed the protection of the high houses and temple knights, of course. More than a few people are still sore about that, mind, which is why, considering your present company, I recommend you keep your wits about you if you mean to go below. And something sharp in your boot, just to be sure. I have spells, I'm fine. I shall take your words to heart, sir. Master Alphino, I think it would be best if we return to the Flotance Manor. You go ahead without me. I'm staying for a drink or two. Miss Tataru, I'm afraid that's out of the question. My lord the Count would never forgive me if I abandoned one of his charges in such a place. Least of all, a maiden. She will have them wrapped around their fingers in a few short minutes. What are you up to, Tataru? Look around, Alphino. This tavern is full of people whose business regularly takes them beyond the gates of judgment. With friends like that, I could practically live here and wait for the newest gossip to come to me. Indeed, but will you be safe here on your own? Oh, please! Do you know how often I looked after the waking sands and the rising stones by myself? If I had a guild for every unwelcome caller I'd been driven away, I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams. I'll be fine. See? See? Not that I doubt the lady's knack for fending off unwanted advances, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna let anyone lay an unwelcome hand on a patron in my establishment. Then that settles it. Tataru, Ishnai and I shall return to the manor for now. Contact me by Link Pearl if you require assistance. I will! Good that the manservant did not argue more than that. Don't you worry, Ishnai. If there's any news of our friends, I'll find it. Always a pleasure to greet a new customer. Something I can do with you, friend? What would you do here? Being that it's my tavern, I suppose I do whatever I please. For the most part, I disperse drinks and advice as the situation warrants it. Like a good barkeeper. It wasn't always so. I did my duty, took my wounds, hung up my shield as the owner did before me. You might call it a tradition. They say that a sir who built this tavern was happy to be forgotten. Rather serve ale instead of steel. Had a way with words, he did, and with women. That's a story for another time. What kind of place is this? Of all the taverns in Ishgard, she walks into mine. The Forgotten Night is just another place for travelers and locals alike to partake of food and drink. Upstairs, you'll find the more well-to-do regulars mingling with travelers. Downstairs, well, you'll find the locals. Right or wrong, people have a habit of sticking with their own, and the Ishgardians are no different. They've got different tastes, to say the least, but we try and cater to them all as best we can. Nothing. I'm going back there. I'm gonna use the restroom. And once they free us from this, I'm like this tour thing, I'm going to go pick up all the jobs around, and then we'll see if I have enough ideas to continue or be smart about it and stop the stream and actually rest more. Yes, sleep is very good. Right. Visual? Yeah. Welcome, Miss Ciarfox. Are you inside the manor? Yep. Who are you? Oh, pray do not concern yourself with me, madam. Are you his servant? Is that sniff sniff? Aye, it's the smell of me. Newly come and already sampling the delights of our taverns. Oh, yes, I like you. I like you a lot. I don't think I like you for the fact that you knew that immediately. How do you find our city? Beautiful, is it not? I mean, it's not... I mean, it's beautiful, but it's not my kind of, like, tea. Tell us then, Master Alphino. Does this guard meet with your expectations? That which I imagined pales in comparison to reality. I felt the weight of 1,000 years of history with every step I took. Can you silver-tongue this anymore? When those steps took me past the scars left by the wyverns in the Foundation, I understood how easily that history could end in tragedy. The attack was devastating, the casualties unspeakable. The wyverns did not discriminate. Unarmed men and women, even children, were given no quarter. Sir Ermek has ordered his knights to strengthen our defenses, and each house has been called upon to lend what support it can. There is much done, yet alas, able-bodied men and women are in short supply. Perhaps we could be of assistance, my lord. In other words, I will be doing all the work, my lord. After all you've done for us, we would welcome any opportunity to repay your kindness. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm gonna do it anyways. That is the most generous offer, Master Alphino. You're a guest in my home, yet to whom I have extended my hospitality without obligation, let or lien. Nevertheless, Ishgard's need is great, and if you are willing to aid our cause, I cannot well refuse. Good. What is it? What would you ask of us? From what I have heard, you're an intelligent and persuasive young man with a silver tongue. Such qualities may be provided useful to us in our efforts to secure provisions from foreign sources, identifying trustworthy suppliers, brokering contracts, and so forth. I bash things. I murder things. As for Mistress Ciarfox, I could ask for no one better than a storied veteran such as yourself, a woman with the capacity to act swiftly and decisively when needed, to aid Artorel and they want to be boy toy in their duties. I beg your pardon? I am more than capable of carrying out my duties myself. I have no need of our honored guest's assistance. Oh, now, be reasonable, brother. What manner of fool would say no when a famous hero offered to do his work? Lazy asshole. I shouldn't say much, actually. Hold your tongues. By the Fury, the two of you will conduct yourselves with dignity befitting your station and show Mistress! Yes, Mistress! Can you just say Miss? Miss, I have yet to figure out how to do the Dom role correctly enough to be a mistress. She deserves. This is a woman who slew Gaius van Belsar and some half a dozen primals besides. She's not here to steal your glory or to serve as your errand girl. You'll make me do it, though. If you pardon their impropriety, Mistress Ciarfox, and we must oblige if you lend my sons a helping hand. Look, I've been treated worse and I've been accused of worse. And also just been, you know, pushed aside saying, oh, you're another adventurer. So their words I'm used to. My thanks. Fury willing, they may even learn something from you. Love that you made faces behind your father's back, but I could still see it. You need to work on that. I look forward to working with you, Ishnai. It's going to be grand. Please look after Lord MNLN, Mistress Ciarfox. Can we stop calling me Mistress? It's bothering me. It's actually physically fucking bothering me. It would seem we have not shall not want for employment over the coming days, though that was never in doubt. Our host's initial reluctance to accept our offer of aid was solely for appearance's sake. In truth, he is glad of this opportunity to put us to work. By granting us patronage, the House of Fortemps has taken a tremendous risk. Until we demonstrate our worth to Ishgard at large, the Count will face considerable opposition from his peers in the matters great and small. So he would have us publicly serve Ishgard, while simultaneously keeping his sons in check. This is an arrangement... Oh, babysitting. Cool, cool. Arrangement we may benefit from in unexpected ways. My own duties may be feasibly bring me into contact with people who would know something of our missing comrades, and you will go to help the two lords with their various responsibilities. In other words, the youngest one's going to slack the fuck off, and I have to do all of his work. You'll eventually make new acquaintances in Ishgard, and maybe have even new allies. Yeah, I seem to collect those like cards. Yes, the more I think of it, the more confident I am in that by furthering their goals, we shall further our own. These brothers get along just fine, don't they? Yeah, I'll be back. Like I said, I'm gonna go get the classes and see if I... All of them are... Grab the Astrologian. Well, actually, Dark Spectacle, Tribunal. I think the Dark Spectacle is the... After witnessing a spectacle like that, everyday life seems dull in comparison. So you didn't see that trial earlier? Ah, your loss. Fury take me, the way the heretic swung that slab of iron he called a sword was a sight to behold. He couldn't have carried a shield if he wanted to. The blade was so big. Had to keep two hands on it at all times. I was amazed he managed to keep up with that temple knight for as long as he did. Fought like a demon from the deepest pits of the seventh hell, bellowing threats and working his arts. Wasn't sure what to make of it at first, but then I heard someone say he must be a dark knight. But you didn't hear that from me, eh? In fact, I'm sure I don't know anything about it. Press the man for details. I love me being the size of a, like, as I am, press him for more details. Ye gods, are you mad? We're standing outside the bloody tribunal. Fine, fine, but keep quiet and listen well, because I'm only going to say this once. Or high crimes for another heretic. As I was saying, that heretic was fighting like a man possessed. Even after he took several wounds, he showed no sign of pain, though there was no mistaking the blood. As the fight wore on, it began to soak through his armor, spreading to every ilm of his body. But when it began to rise and envelop him as a mist, I realized it wasn't blood, but something dark and twisted. But the righteous are not so easily cowed, alone be praised. I screamed myself hoarse when the temple knight slipped past his guard and ran him through. Good riddance, I say. Man was not meant to wield such arts. Yet I wonder, was he truly one of those? Well, it matters not. I heard the temple knights talking of dumping his corpse in the broom. By sunrise, it would be stripped bare and tossed over the walls. It was as though he never was, and as though we never had this conversation. Of course, never had this conversation. Not at all. None. Selective memory. The ever-tightening grip of this unnatural winter has proven far more nuisance than for many in my field. The stars can tell us little if their message is forever hidden behind a veil of storm clouds. Alright, let's get my yay! Okay, now get my... Let me talk around people. Pray tell brings you to Athenium. We're not a guild like those you find in the lower city states. No one here will take you under their wing. Hold your hand as they divulge centuries of cumulative knowledge to any mere stranger who believes herself entitled to it. Well, almost no one, that is. Tell me of yourself. My name is Gillis. I am the second year studies of the coveted path of becoming an astrologian. All noviates are assigned to tasks to the Athenium, to which we are required to attend between our classes. The stars fit that I assigned receptionist duty with Lord Jalaquinard. He is by no means a bad man, only a tad eccentric. Being the second son of the Count de Donaire means that he is free to do as he wishes, and most of the time he wishes to pay call on the state's young maidens, despite being almost as old as my own father. Fun. The rest of the time he continues his studies into Charlatan astrology, something he began almost 20 summers ago, when he spent his time in the now abandoned city-state training with the heathen astrologians. His bloodline protects him from the scrutiny of high-ranking officials here, but his lack of talent which truly keeps the wolves at bay. In other words, he's harmless. I'm really required to suffer his whims until I pass my examinations and get a assigned position at the observatorium. Then some new noviate will be assigned to the post, and the cycle will continue as it has for more than a decade. Tell me, oh, who I am, a stranger, all that you feel about this place. Tell me of this place. The Athenum Astrologicum was founded by Saint Zero to serve as a place where astrologers such as myself might learn and perfect methods to use to read the stars. Since the discovery by Olnel the Younger that the Dravanian horde were using the relative positionings of a celestial body we now refer to as the Dragon Star to determine their attacks on the Holy See, we have ever been seeking to decipher the Dragon's code. Theories constructed here are subsequently taken to the south to the observatorium, where they're put into practice. We also offer limited training in Charlatan astrology, a school of stars reading neither recognized nor approved by the Athenium or the Observatorium or the Holy See. The only reason I mention it is because I have been commanded to do so by Lord Jalaquinard. More of astrology. Astrology originated thousands of years ago in Charlatan and was introduced to Eorzea when the Charlatans founded their colony in the Dravian hinterlands. It remained a minor field of study, eclipsed by larger ones such as conjury and thaumaturgy, until 3 centuries ago when an Guardian astrologian by the name of Olnel the Younger discovered the stars could be used to determine the movements of the Dravian horde. It was then that the Ishgardian's astrology was born, the focus moving from fortune-telling and fate-scouring to something actually useful, preventing the deaths of knights by knowing when and where the horde would arrive. You will not see an Ishgardian astrologian carrying around a star globe or astrolabe. You will not see him consulting with a divining deck or gazing into the stars, hoping to draw forth its aether and use it to manipulate fates. You will not hear the gates of the 7 hells or the chantings of minor spells woven to heal cuts or emasculate sword arms. So basically what I'm going to be doing. Well, you will not hear this thing as long as you keep your distance from Lord Jalaquinard. Oh, good that I will. Not. Sorry. When sailors use the pole star for guidance, we astrologers look to the Dragon Star for its positioning and magnitude in relation to the neighboring celestial bodies, can reveal when and where the Dravanian horde will strike next. Okay. I'm just going through all of it. This is a star globe. Really? You sure? Upon it you shall find a map of the very heavens above us. Any self-respecting astrologian would not fathom taking something so delicate out in the elements, let alone in the battle. Yeah, of course not. Quick, everyone! I'm about to become Black Swan! A fox swan. Greetings and welcome to the Athenian Astrologicum. Perhaps you were drawn by fate to come to this place of learning, or perhaps you wish to know about faith itself. I mean, I don't know, game developers. Then you wise to come hither, for the stars are written the fates of every woman and man on Hydaelyn. It was there in the stars that I read a woman would call upon the Athenaeum this very day. A woman who would play an important role in mine own life. No pressure the fuck, though. Ah, but my apologies. Even the most skilled reader cannot scurry a name from the heavens. Would you be so kind as to give me yours, so that I might know who is my newest protege? Good. First of all, lovely that it's very presumptuous of you, but it's good that I'm already here, and most of the other times I have to join a guild, you have to go through 20 questions. Ishnai, well, I was not expecting that, but what is a name but an attempt by our begetters to wield power over the lives of their sons and daughters? That's a way to put it. Lives whose paths have already been foretold, in a sense, that is. My name is Jacques de Quinard de Dunrit there, and I am a astrologian for the Holy See. Remember that name, for it shall forever echo more in the annals of his guardian history. Well, it will when I put it there. Once we put it there. I'm going to be doing all the work, though. I'm going to simply take his eyes off you. Now, where to begin? I suppose I could consult my divining deck for an answer, but that'd be too easy now, wouldn't it? Very well. At the beginning it is. Astrology, or the reading of stars, is a branch of ethereological science which originated in distant Charlatan. There have been astrologians in Ishgard for thousands of years, but it wasn't until 3 centuries ago, oh, we're going over the same stuff, when Ardenel the Younger learned that the movements of the stars could also be used to foresee the movements of the Dravonian horde, that the field became popular. Since then, what was once a singular science is bifurcated into 2 similar yet ultimately different schools of learning, the Charlean School of Astrology and the Ishgardian School, the former placing a focus on tapping the celestial aether and transforming it into beneficial magics, or astromancy, the latter specializing solely in determining the actions of our dragon enemies to the north. I am a student of the former, the only student of the former here in Ishgard, and have been actively seeking a partner with whom to conduct my research. Let's just say my fellow astrologians here have less than approving of my path. Well, I mean, literally your current student will rat you out and say the nicest things about you to a random stranger that came up and asked. That's simply because they're afraid of what they do not know. And once they do know how Charlean astrology can benefit the sea and its soldiers, they will feel foolish that it ever having doubt me. Us. You will be joining me, will you not? Walk the path that has been laid out before you, instead of stubbornly denying your fate and postponing the inevitable. I wasted no time to making your decision. Like always, the stars are never wrong. Alas, even a lifetime of study and training cannot unlock all the secrets written in the stars, except when I do. Myself being a student of astromatic arts for more summers than I can count, and I still often misread the signs shown to me in the skies, though my readings are far more accurate than they were when I attended the Athenaeum in Charlean. Not the Charlean, mind you, the colony that once thrived. Okay, that's a jump. Javian hinterlands. I can recall the time like it was yesterday. First 6 moons, I was not even allowed to touch this deck of 60, let alone conduct a reading with the major arcania. Most of my time was spent in the scriptorium, translating old tomes as astrological fundamentals, such as the 6 elemental houses: divine duplicity, class triplicity, house of modality and polarity, dignity versus detriment. I'm guessing you're not gonna have to teach me these. I abhorred the task and would tirelessly pester my instructors as to when I might actually be granted the opportunity to weave a spell or perform a reading. It wasn't until the end of the 6th moon that I realized all this transcribing had prepared me with the essentials I would need to do those very things. The positions of the celestial bodies with the 6 elemental houses, and the relation to the major and minor arcadia of this deck of 60. Therein lie the secrets to tapping the ethereal power locked within the heavens. And soon you too will become privy to these secrets. But not this day. No, I would not have you transcribe musty old tomes like I once was forced to. No, the task I have for you is much more interesting. You see, I am expected the arrival of a very important guest. My old mentor from the studium has agreed to make the journey from the old world to Ishgard and speak with the Holy See regarding the implementation of Sharlayan astrological techniques in the city-state sense. Alas, the professor and his party are now fully 7 days late in arriving, and I've begun to worry for their safety. I should have much obliged, therefore, if you would inquire at other astrologers here at the Athenaeum if they have heard aught. What? You aren't giving me the shinies yet? Bitchin'. I hate this. My voice is also going. So I'm gonna do this one and the Dark Knight thing, and then my voice is gone. I can tell that the moment I said 1 second was a throat spray. Why would Lord Drogon think I'd have information of whereabouts of a handful of unbelievers from the blood-brine sea? I'm an astrologian, not a fortune teller. I cannot simply look at the stars and scroll the location of the Viscount's guests, unless his guests are dragons, that is. I suppose if anyone knew not, it would be the observatorium. We here at the Athenaeum are but students dedicated to research. Those with the influence in our field are assigned to the astroscope. Let me guess, the good Lord Jacoinard said that he saw you in a vision and the stars told him you were to study astrology with him. Am I close? You must be the 100th of his little pets to pester me this week alone. I harbor no ill will towards ignorant unbelievers, unlucky enough to find themselves caught up in the talk of stars and fortune. But you may tell that story in its excuse for an astrologian. For the umpteenth time, I've heard naught concerning his imaginary friends from faraway Charlemagne. Just don't tell me the Viscount said I called him a sorry excuse for an astrologian, alright? I mean, you are saying this to a stranger. I mean, I could be a bitch. Jaquinard is still waiting for word for his missing Charlians instead of actually making an effort to find them. Is he? Of course he is. It's a wonder that the 15 years since his return from Charlian, his skills of astromancy has remained unchanged. And you wonder he'd never yet managed to convince a single peer the value of Charlian school. He is a privileged little sprat who learned more time gazing at the stars in his young maiden's eyes than actually reading the ones above his head. All right. Tell the poor man I just returned from the observatorium, and one night in the communal feasting hall happened to overhear Chief Astrologian Fulmont speaking with one of his aides regarding Charlian. He was visibly upset, and I wasn't about to risk my career over something I care little about. So I merely put my head down and ate my beet soup. That's all I know, and you did not hear it from me. Master Fulmont? I thought this day couldn't get any worse. No, I'm not suggesting that you meeting you in any way is unfortunate. It's just, words. It may not be in our best interest to be seen together as of yet. There are certain people in the sea who do not approve of my studies. Couple that with the fact that you're an outsider, an unbeliever, and well, people might come to the wrong conclusions. We must act with caution until we prove our intentions are just, and for all the good of all of Ishgard. So I must ask you to travel to the Zerbium alone and meet me there. Bitchin'. We're gonna jump between the Dark Knight one and this one a bit. Body. Body found quick. That's more than enough for charity. They'll take the rest. And mayhap sooner than later. Come on. I look like a charity kid. Yeah, the amount of lack of clothing I am, actually. Yeah, probably. Is this it? Is that all that awaits? No. More. Enough. Open your eyes. Look. Do you see it now? Do you see? Ishnai? Ishnai? Hi. Hi. I've been waiting for you to open your eyes. I wasn't dead. Alright, you're moaning in your sleep and sweating buckets besides. Name's Frey, by the way, and no, I'm not a heretic. Trying to convince a temple knight drunk on authority of that? Shame that pompous ass got the better of me. But how about you? You touched it, yes? That couldn't have felt good. Yes, touched it. A voice, eh? That's a rather distressing one, besides. Please, someone! Anyone! Not so fast. We need to talk about what's happening to you. What's growing within you, before you get carried away. Did I not take protection? There's a darkness within all of us. Nothing dangerous, mind. In fact, it's quite healthy, but the crystal charge changes you, gives you power to channel it. Do it without proper training, however, and... well, it might hurt. So go ahead. Ask me to teach you. Ask me to instruct you in the ways of the Dark Knights, and I will. I mean... The death was highly, exaggerated. I know you're so worried about that screaming woman, so I'll keep this brief. We Dark Knights don't care a whit about prestige or pedigree. We are free to follow our hearts, to defend the weak and punish the guilty as we see fit. The law of the land, authority of a name, those things are tools cowards use to escape harm. We have no need for shields, figurative or literal. Here, my blade is your blade, my soul crystal your crystal. Go on, take them. You'll need them soon enough. Are you afraid of the dark? Yes! Yes, I am! I'm now naked. Did I just get a weapon and not actually... get you? Oh, don't you look the part? Ready to harness darkness when set the wrongs right? Now bear in mind that darkness gives you strength. The strength may come at a cost. That is but one sacrifice, though. The justice demands many. Same man, vulnerable, untouched man, harms the child in unspeakable ways. He strides through the harp law and secure in the knowledge that he is beyond punishment. But for one who cuts that vile beast as he flaunts his freedom, who knows how many others will suffer? Such a dilemma was faced by a goodly knight long ago. He knew he would be stripped of his titles and denounced for the deed. The threshold we refuse to cross is a line we draw for ourselves. We fear the consequences and people suffer for indecision. Everyone who held that crystal came to conquer that fear and become who they wanted to be. The knight was the first. Will you be the next? Think on that while we look down on the commotion below. Am I missing clothing for this? unlock it? How is this more? Alright, game. Grit. Perfect. Here we are, go and ask her what's wrong. Hi, little girl. Please, I don't know what to do. It's my granddaughter. I didn't see him standing there. You know, it's no excuse. I should have been more careful. But my granddaughter, she started yelling at the temple knight, and I tried to stop her, I did. But then he said she had to come with him, and if I could get just tell him how sorry I am, maybe he would. He'd take you to, is what he'd do. Even if you begged the blue bastard to intervene, it'd be too late by then. It ain't the first time they've taken a girl her age. If she doesn't fight back, they might let her go after. No, there must be another way. Ishgardian justice. It might spare the girl, you know. Leave her a few scars as a lifelong lesson. Or we could beat every last one of them with an ill of their lives and rescue a girl. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Violence. I love that they realize... They're looking between the two of us, and I don't think really that anybody can see Frey except for us. It's gonna be good right, ma'am. When I'm through with those knights, they will not dare trouble you again. Thank you, thank you! Assuming they didn't drag her in the alley, they'd taken her to either the Congressional or the Tribunal. The Honorable Sir Eric won't suffer such reprehensible behavior on his roof. The Inquisition, on the other hand, so that leaves the Tribunal. If the girl is still alive, I imagine they'll make all manner of threats, come closer and she dies and so forth. So if we need to make something perfectly clear to them, we're not here for her, we're here for you. Once they understand she means nothing to us, they'll attack or flee. I don't know about you, but I'm eager to find out which. Level 30. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't go up to level 50 like... Oh, is the... No, 1 second. Red Mage starts at 50. Okay, not that one. Violence! Let's go! It's rather one stored between the two of us, I'm afraid. You keep it, I dare say it fits rather snugly in your hands, because you are technically dead and a part of my mind. Don't worry about me, I'll do my part to keep you on your feet. Now things turn violent, I shall expect they shall. You need to tap into your dark side to survive. It's not unlike drawing on your own aether to weave magic. Fear, pain, rage, that which lies in the deepest depths of our soul, makes for potent fuel. But be warned, burn too much too quickly and you risk being consumed. Don't worry, Ishnai. The first step over there is the threshold is always hardest. Tends to be. Ah yes, I should have known you'd do that. Right then, let's find the girl. Over here? I'm not paying attention. You know, a map is useful. Yes. Do you know how to read it? No. Frightened maid. Who are you? Another highborn arse? No. Okay, thanks. Like I said, I'm probably gonna do this one and then finish the Astrologian one and then stop the stream, so It's not that much longer. Damn, girl, you only make it worse for yourself. The hell's with you? I've done nothing wrong. Why are the pretty ones always so daft? If I had to gill every time I had to kill an unrepentant bastard like you? What? Are you threatening a temple knight? Alright, thank you so much though, Chibi, for joining. Oh, you're very clever. Yes, I am. Now, let her go. Enough of this. With me, girl, now. One more word of process and I'll toss your grandmother into a cell to rot. You three, seize this imbecile. Soul Eater? Really? Everyone, she's gone mad! I am mad. Reinforcements, eh? Looks like we have to even odds. Let me search your soul for the darkness. We need but a sliver, yes. You see the flames? Beckon. Do I run into them? Cool. This the flames consume you. Cool. Hi. Wanna play a game? Give into the darkness! What did I say about not causing problems to Forteps Tomps? Where's it? Where do I go? Up here? Okay, that's my throw. Hi. How you doing? Literally walk into this place and go. Next night, you bear steel will not only kill him, but his goddamn wife. Bear steel not only gonna kill him, but is gonna kill his wife, his friends, and burn his goddamn house to the down. Okay. I mean, that's a way to look at it. Thank you. Those of you who yet live, remember this horror, and know that should you speak of it, shall be visited upon you 100-fold. Yeah. Up. Okay. Well done, hero. I think the fair maiden wants to have a word. You don't have to do anything, sweetie. I don't know what to say, miss. Thank you, thank you. I got a little carried away earlier. Just when I saw how they were treating my grandmother, I had to say something and... What? No one screamed your name? My grandmother called out just once, but that was it. Speaking of which, I should hurry back. I suppose I ought to say I'm sorry for what I did, but I'm not. Those knights had it coming. Hello and bless you for what you did. Feels good, doesn't it? Strange, maybe, but a good strange, I'll wager. Violence! You tapped into something primal, a power left nested within you, learning to be free. As you understand this power grows, so too your skill as a Dark Knight. You have done well, far better than I could have hoped, in fact, but there is so much more to learn and so much farther to go. I won't lie to you, Ishnai. The risks will only increase. If you want to keep going, you have to trust in me. Can you do that? I can. Good, that's a promise. Circumstances being what they are, it might be best if we part ways for a while. Think of it as an opportunity to hone your skills in my absence. But don't worry, we'll meet again. When the time is right, I'll be waiting where we first met. Side increasing damage. $35 requirements, cool. I guess it's odd that the 51 is those two samurai. Duration dark side, which increases damage dealt using flood darkness or edge of darkness, acquired at level 40, grants dark side. I become Terra, I guess. All right. Oh, might as well go down to Dragon. Looks like I also unlocked the Dragoon one, but I'm not gonna do that right now. The next Dragoon one. Ain't touching it. Yeah, I ain't touching it. My voice is going. You're gonna make me climb to the fucking top of this. I am absolutely using my chocobo. Well, it won't be the top, but it'll be close to the goddamn top. Hi. My day was good. Didn't get much sleep. which is probably why I'm also because my voice is going. Ishnai, allow me to apologize again for not accompanying you here. As for our business with the Chief Astrologian, you may leave the talking to me. Jacquelinard, I might known it would be you. Who else would be so indecent as to drag an outsider into this holy place of observation? You have always had an unhealthy obsession with the foreign. Like, my voice is going, first of all. That's the reason why I'm probably not going to stream as long. Give my voice a rest. It's why you're worthless to the Athena, as now as you were when you returned at Heathen City a decade and a half since. The stars, they can serve us in other ways than merely revealing when the Horde will attack. Their powers can be tapped. The Aether within can be used for... Aether should be left be. Has history taught you not about the follies of the Nimians, the Pori, the Michi? My uncle, the Charlians, have been wielding astromacy for ages without disrupting the ethereal balance. This power, combined with Ishgardian astrology, could be what it is needed to turn the tide of this 1,000 years conflict. Moreover, I have reason to believe that our masters at the Vault agree, as they have given me their blessing to continue my research. I did not come here to trade bards with you, Nuncle. Nuncle? Is there a... just uncle? Did they mess up there? Let us save that for another time. I'm here because it has to attention that you have information about the whereabouts of Professor Mace and his party from Charlian. For someone who says he's not here to trade barbs, you've been quite generous in your dealings of them today. If it means you'll leave and allow me to return to my work, then I'm more than happy to let you know the information found its way on my desk yesterday morn. Serpent Reaver sightings and foul weather prevented the professor's ship from entering the Strait of Mirloth, where they would have made their way up the Maiden and into Corthus. After detouring around the south of Vibrant, they finally disembarked at Vesper Bay, where they took the land route along the Royal Allegan Sunway to the Black Shroud. It seems there they have lost their way. Ha! Lost Astrologian. Ha! It is as my morning reading predicted. Dalmat was a detriment in the House of the Spire while ascending over the eclipse. Ishnai, I must journey to the Black Shroud and assist Professor Mace. Allow me to introduce you to Kui'Peren. He's my personal manservant and shall accompany you. I'm sorry, sir, you have to deal with him. He is not one for conversation, but his sword arm is among the best in all the pillars. He should see you safe in any dangers that would befall you, and something tells me danger lurks on the horizon. Good that I'm the one going. Also because I need a tank for the healing part. It's a pleasure to serve you, my lady. I shall make haste to Quarry Mill and await you there. Yeah, he doesn't say much. Maybe he doesn't say much to you. I think that was more than enough. I don't know which is worse, the blasphemous wench who marks the very principles for which our field is sown, or the bumbling unbeliever who blindly follows him in hopes of gnawing on the scraps he drops in his wake. Am I the witch or the bumbling fool? I mean, I am both. Yes, you are right. So, but it seems like they're talking about two different people here. Milady, I have questioned the residents of this hamlet and learned that a party of queerly dressed outsiders passed through not a bell ago. It should not prove overly difficult to find them now, but before we begin, I might ask a moment of your time? I would not dare utter ill of my master, but his recent fixations with finding a protege, I find it ill-considered. This passion, however pure, has left him with more than one enemy within the astrological community. Lord Folamont has seen to this. Fulmort. Yeah, he doesn't speak much. Except to me. I fear not for him how his name might be sullied, but for his life. I beg of you, pray not to not drag him any further down in this quagmire. Let him quietly dabble in his dream, but let it remain that it is a dream. No good will come in encouraging him. It'll only hurt the Viscount and his family. You must remember that while I serve Lord Quanard, it is his uncle, the Count, who employs me. Now as for the task, I suggest we find the wayward travelers and hurry back to our respective hearths. I shall lead. Might I ask you to take the rear and seek that none may take us unaware. I mean, hi. These Charlians we seek, and it appears they found themselves in some trouble. Really? Unhand my grandfather! Ah, feisty. We'll fetch a fine price for that one with the pleasure barge captains. Ew. Soul has spoken. Grab the old man. These wizard types carry all, on them all manner of begems, babbles, and golden trinkets. Up, or I'll toss you to the snakes. You want to see the old man again? You'll leave us the girl. Try anything and he's dead. Wait! Oh, their soul crystal. Why would he leave it here, asserting any power he might had to free himself from those bandits? Unless you were the one he saw in his readings before we left the old world. But that was more than a moon ago. My father scurried from the cards that he would serve as a bridge for countless souls to be passed to another. Might you be that other? Yes. No, maybe. These men in the forest are careless. Tracking them will be no difficult feat. I shall follow and strike before they can regroup in their numbers. The stars have spoken and laid their path not before you, but before the adventurer here. You must take the soul of the astrologian and place it near your heart. Listen to the tales of those who walk before you and know their journey as you do your own. As for the tools you require and the knowledge to wield them, I, Via, shall see those matters. Saw there was no fear in my grandfather's eyes when the bandits took him. That is because he has seen you come to his rescue. Our lives were written in the stars long before we trod upon this land. It's not by chance you stand here today with the soul of the astrologian in your hand. It is fate. Yes, game developers, it is fate. Prayer. Highly unlikely that the sparkling globe will suffice to protect you from a bandit's blade. Stay back and I'll leave the fight to me. Gauge allows straw legends to keep track of which cards the Arcadians are. The straw. For like usually it's cure. We'll need to set up macros for all those, but I have a guide for these woods since my 10th name day, and yet never have I encountered bandits like these. They're out of the 12th wood. Wow, really? Patiently to pull yourself together, equipped. Now listen carefully, for we do not have much time. The star globe which you hold is both your sword and shield. It will grant you the strength as well as protection. But most important of all, it will grant you the insight into the current location of the stars, enabling you to channel the heavens' aether into your body to use for all manner of magics. The better attuned you become with the heavens and their malefic and benefic bodies, the better that aether may be manipulated to bring succor or pain. But as you already know, the star globe is not the only tool an astromaster has at her disposal. Yes, the Arcadia, or more specifically, the 6 major Arcadia, play a defining role in what type of astrologer you'll become. Any layman will tell you the cards can predict a man's future. This is both true and untrue. It is not the future that the cards predict, the card predicts, but the card influencing man, so that a certain future may become obtainable. Seeking to tell a man's fortune, you draw a card from your deck. Upon reading the card, you scurry that man will be victorious in the coming battle. What is it that brings this man to victory is but the aether tapped in one of the lower 6 heavens, granting the man strength, making it all much easier for him to overcome his enemy. Of course, what card you draw is linked directly to the target's destiny as well as yours. Are you the one who will seek this man to fortune, or will you lead him downward, to downfall? It depends on your reading. Normally, I would dare not cover so much in the first lesson, but it is my grandfather who's placed his life in your hands. No pressure. I'm not about to watch him have his throat slit because you cannot tell the face of an Arcadia from its back. We have 2 seemingly capable soldiers here to take the blunt of the bandits' blows. Allow them to carve a trail of carnage while you convince the stars to nudge the 2 in a direction favorable to my kin. I understand this must be a lot to digest, but if you ever become a capable astrologian, you must believe in the path laid out before you and in your power to read it. Follow it, and then ultimately control it. Take some time to accumulate yourself to your new abilities and let me know when you're ready to begin. Alright, let's do something stupid. See in the eyes that you're ready. Whether that actually makes you or not, time will tell. Unfortunately, time is not something we have in abundance. Let's take to the shadows and find where these bandits are holding my grandfather. May the stars be your guide. Oh right, I don't have the should have done the macro. So let this stand away. He's leaving us a trail to follow. God, these guys are stupid. Ishnai, the power is now your own. Oh, I'm getting more cards as we go. Cool! Your star is indignity with ballots. There are 6 major arcania. We must find the other cards. Any, Okay. Arrow. Attack me, Will-O-Wisp. Yep. Arrow. Over there? No. Attack me. I need to remember what the... Bowl. Well, didn't I already summon the bowl? Before? I was to say, who am I gonna accidentally pull? But I got the tree beard over here. No, god damn it. Billy Bat, you didn't have to die. I'm just saying this. Correct direction? Yeah, okay. There we go. Want me to do that button? You know him too. I was not told there would be two astrologians. I mean, the father was an astrologian, a grandfather. Hi. I am Quimperain, employment of the Lord Dracorard. I am sent to escort you back to Ishgard. Are you unhurt, my lord? Draconard, you say? And where's my former student? His constant pesterings is one of the reasons I agreed to make this long trip from the old world. I see none but Quimperain and this adventurer. I too have seen no other. Just like you didn't see those bandits until their knives were up our asses, but that is no matter. It was all as the stars had foretold. Yes, I saw this adventurer long before even setting foot on this accursed continent, where the Arcanian was... When the Arcanian whispered and told me I would find a worthy successor for my soul crystal. Having witnessed how she eased into her new role, but mere moments after taking up the crystal globe and deck. Yes, I knew at once my readings were true, and this adventurer was the astrologian I had been seeking. But now let's see if she has potential for the greatness within her. No, I don't. I live to ruin people's expectations. In a bad way, not in a good way. Look into the skies, Ishnai, and you will see 6 stars aglow in pale yellow. This is the boil. Bowl. Probably saying it wrong. This constellation is thought to be the gate to the first heaven. The heaven which holds the world tree, planted by the matrion and nurtured by the keeper. The world tree is the source of which all life is said to have sprung. The trunk of the world tree, or the bowl, grants strength to the weak, along with them to stand firm in the face of adversity. You now have opened that gate, and the power is yours to command. A solid bowl represents a solid foundation. It's not coincidence that this very constellation is risen to mid-heaven at this very moment, the moment of a new astrologian's birth. And to think, I saw this all a moon ago. It seems I am a better reader of fates than I thought. Well, now I have your soul stones, spirit stone. It doesn't really matter. You can retire. But I jest. It has been a long journey, and with more than its share of unexpected excitement. I am an old man, and one does not need a deck of Arcania to see that my weary legs will not carry me much longer. Let us make haste to Ishgard, so that I may give my ungrateful Jarek Quinard a proper uprating. In the Welkin, unlocking the... Cat, down. Here's where you're going, cat. No. I guess I should set this as a home point. No. My voice is going! Glitter Rain has something new to say. You and me, I don't say what. Simply don't use Moogles. I ring! Quinard, 15 summers passed, and still the flippant Claude I lost half my hair tutoring. Sending an adventurer to find the man you summoned halfway across Heidelin, always taking the easy route. And you wonder why you still haven't been able to open second Heaven's Gate. Allow me to explain, Professor. You see, I was waiting here in case you made it to Ishgard before my manservant and Ishnai could locate you. Good that you remember my name instead of saying, like, a student. I get the confusion. Had you arrived here only to find the Athenium empty? Wait, how did you know I haven't opened all the gates? I mean, why do you think? My grandfather is the greatest astrologian in all of Charlatan. There's not he doesn't know unless he doesn't wish to know. You of all people should know that. That look. Perhaps I was hasty in my decision to remain here and see to your training. Train me? You? But what of Professor Mace? Isn't that why he made the journey? My grandfather has already completed his task. He simply came out to Ishgard out of courtesy of an old pupil, one who appears to he's wasted his years on. Snark. Wasted? What are you implying, my lady? My dear Levia, you still not see it, do you? Without Unicorn stumbling upon my tutelage nearly 2 decades past. Never would have taken this adventurer under his wing and sent her to us in his stead. It was all as the stars had planned. Your soul crystal, Professor? This adventurer has stolen your soul of astrologian. Bitch, say that again before I hit you. Haha, ever the unobservant, Channing. If this adventurer had stolen my crystal, Livia would have read up some terrible fate for the last. No, Ishnai is my successor, something I mistakenly thought you might be, but even I cannot see every future, it seems. But do not despair, I have not given up on you completely. Despite your failings, you've tried your best to promote the Charlian School of Astrology here in the Den of Fools, who failed to see aught beyond this and all beyond the Dragon Star. I wish to see you continue that fight. That's why I bade Livia to remain here and further year and this adventurer's training. I see. This is rather overwhelming. Might I have some time to consider your words? No. Oh, she's on it. No, you either continue your training with me and your protege, or you crawl back into obscurity. I shall give you both several turns of the sun to study the basics of Charlian astrology. It should not be so hard for you, Jenny, considering you've had a substantial head start. Once you've committed the basics to memories, then return here. In the meantime, I'll be traveling Eorzea, searching for locations where Ishnai and you will unlock remaining Heaven's Gates. But you were only recently set upon by bandits. Perhaps traveling alone so soon is unwise. You think I know that? That's why you will lend me the services of your able manservant. Well, Rain. I will. I mean, I will. Of course, Lady Olivia. Anything for the granddaughter of Charlene's finest professor of astrology, Quimperin. You heard the lady. I bet they'll get along just fine. Bashing you behind your back. Very well, I'll see my grandfather to the airship landing now, but rest assured, if you neglect your studies, I will know. Oh god. Spelling quest 35. Those quests reviewed in your journal. We died! We died! My voice is going. Alright, y'all. Let me find somebody to raid. You got someone? Okay. You know, I'm tired enough that I didn't quite get the zebra part, and all I read was bra, and I need to stop while I'm ahead on this. Alright, y'all. This was Ishnai Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment. I need mental help. I am absolutely... Trade now.